Mr. Sorensen?
Wayne, do you believe that your account of the accident is the only possible account, not just that it's the most probable, but it's the only possible account, correct?
Given the set of facts that were given to me and the nature of the injuries that he sustained, that would be correct.
And the basic opinions are, one, Mr. Sanderson was hit in the back from the left, and two, some of his ribs fractured on his elbow as he hit the ground. Is that correct?
That is correct. That is correct.
And so you took that information about the rib fractures and performed calculations with a few assumptions. Is that right?
Like, well, the assumption was that he fell, which we know he did, so I guess that's not an assumption. And then I knew his anthropomorphic measurements, which gives you the force calculation. So there really wasn't much in the way of assumptions. It's basically classical physics at that point.
Okay, well, one assumption that I noted was just, for example, and I'll just use your term,
Sure.
you said you guesstimated that Miss Paltrow weighed 130 pounds, for example.
Yes, yeah, that is correct. And I don't want to be insulting if she weighs more. So I just said 130 pounds, and I think that was a reasonable guesstimate. Obviously, if she weighed any more than that, then the calculation would be more and more severe, if you will.
Okay. And then you also performed, as you explained to me in your deposition, you performed a calculation that assumed that Miss Paltrow was hit by Mr. Sanderson. Is that right?
That is correct. That is correct.
And you ruled that out because you would expect the rib fracture to be in a different place if that had occurred. Is that right?
Not only that, but the force application is just not enough.
Oh, well, in your deposition, you said that, I'll just read it here, it's on page 32. You said, if that was enough force to do it, which that's borderline, so you seem to acknowledge that it might be enough. I actually did the calculation. You'd expect the rib fracture to be in the anterior chest, not the posterior.
And that is also correct. The location is really the telltale sign. But I also did some calculations on how fast he would have had to be going and striking her at a dead stop and that kind of stuff as well. So once again, hitting her from behind is not going to give you the fracture location that we see in the medical records.
Okay, but I just want to make sure I understand this part of your deposition testimony then. It says, if that was enough force, Mr. Sanderson hitting Miss Paltrow from behind,
right,
and then falling that way, you said that that's borderline, and as I understood it, that meant that that might be enough force to do it. It's borderline. It might not be. And
because I don't know how fast they were skiing.
Okay, right. Okay, that's helpful. And then you, in terms of the calculations you're talking about here, some of the other scenarios that you're ruling out, as I understand it, the pages you provided to us that have the calculations,
yes.
I don't recall any of those having the calculations that you're referring to. Do those pages contain? So like when you said I did a calculation about when Mr. Sanderson hit Miss Paltrow, if you assume that scenario.
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, that's, he would have had to been going pretty fast on his skis. And then again, that would have brought in the assumption of how fast he was going. And I don't think anyone can give you that number.
Okay. So in other words, if we go to these calculations again in exhibit 3 of your deposition.
For the head. That's for the head.
Right. And these calculations do not include the ones that you're referring to where you're ruling out certain possibilities. Is that right?
No, that is correct. Yeah, this is, yeah, for the head, I wanted to make sure that it was greater than 100 newtons of impact force. And so I did that for the head. And then for the ribs, I wanted to make sure that we were in the vicinity 4,000 newtons, which we were. So I wanted to make sure that the force magnet, I mean, we know he fell to the ground. We just wanted to know what the magnitude of the force application was in doing so, and is it enough to do that? And the answer is yes.
Okay. So the calculations about the other scenarios you ruled out, did you write those down on some other pages somewhere else?
No.
Or did you just do them in your head?
Yeah, I mean, once I had these calculations here, because I was thinking about the different scenarios, then it became a speed issue or a kinetic energy issue. And so one of the things I did not have was the skiers' initial speeds at the time of impact, either way.
I see. Another thing that you assumed, well, sorry, as we're here, just it will be more efficient. These calculations, we haven't gone over them, and I'm not going to ask you to go through them in detail. I'm certainly no expert on these particular equations, but these are the equations you've used to provide or to make the conclusions that you've provided today. Is that right?
That is correct. That is correct.
Okay, great. Okay, so I'll stop sharing this again. Maybe we'll go back to it. But one thing that I did hear you say today that seemed to be inconsistent with something you'd said in your deposition was that the skis, you said today that I think that the skis stayed on both skiers during the collision. But as I understand your deposition, I understand your deposition testimony to mean that, or to say that the skis actually came off. Do you remember that?
No, I mean, the skis, I mean, that's just from the rotational analysis that I did. You would expect, but you just don't know how tight the strappings are on those skis. And that's another assumption that you would have to make. And so really, whether or not the skis stayed on or not really didn't play into the analysis.
Okay, so I want to be fair to you, so I'm going to, I'll point you to page 31 of your deposition transcript. And you say there, obviously the skis came off because of the bindings. And
I'm looking.
It's at 31? The bottom, page 31, right?
Yeah, he would twist and fall down. Right. I mean, for some reason, I thought the skis came off. So, and I wasn't there, so I don't know. But certainly, skis coming on or off is not going to impact the calculations on the ribs or the head.
Right. Okay. Got it. Okay, I'm getting close, I think, to the end of my questions here.
Sure.
Thank you for your patience with them. So another thing I wanted to ask is about imaging.
Sure.
I understand it that you did review the actual MRI images from an October 2017 MRI that Mr. Sanderson underwent. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay, and you noted in those images that there was disease associated with aging, correct?
Oh, yeah, and he also had a history of migraine headaches, so you're going to see extraneous white matter findings in the subcortex, which you do see. I also noted the enlarged ventricles and the atrophic changes seen. I really did not have any criticism of the interpreting radiologist findings on that study.
Okay, got it. But you didn't review the imaging taken in an MRI of 2009. We already kind of mentioned that workup, correct? You didn't see those images?
No, I did not.
And then you haven't looked at Dr. Gibby's 2021, March 2021, so it was done before your deposition. You've not looked at those images.
That was the functional MRI, and that's a different beast altogether, so I don't interpret those.
Right, so actually there was a functional, but there was also a straight MRI, and
I did not see that, no.
Okay, got it. Okay, I just wanted to make sure on what you had reviewed imaging-wise.
Sure.
In terms of this issue about whether a neurologist, what limitations, what reliability issues there might be with a neurologist providing opinions about a patient that he or she is not actually evaluated personally, I wanted to ask whether you know about the legal rules about how a plaintiff's expert, or sorry, a defense expert might be able to evaluate a plaintiff. You don't know anything about that, correct?
Well, yes, like in the form of compulsory medical examinations.
Sure.
Yeah, I do that actually quite frequently. And once again, when I get involved in defense matters, I typically do not provide any medical opinions on patients that I have not evaluated myself personally. Now, if I've done the CME on them, then I'm in a position to do so. But that's just been my personal preference over the years. And certainly I get hired to provide engineering opinions, and you don't necessarily need to see the patient for engineering opinions, because engineering opinions are plausible in nature, and you can't make medical causation opinions from an engineering standpoint.
Okay, so maybe I should ask my question more pointedly. I mean, you don't have any knowledge about whether there was an opportunity for Dr. Hesh to have an examination?
No, I have no idea on that, and I have no opinion on that as well. So
Okay.
that would be between you guys and the experts.
Okay, and then, and you, as you said, you have colleagues who I assume you respect and trust who don't perform these expert roles in the same way you do, where you
that is correct.
They don't insist on an evaluation, in other words.
That is correct. I just tend to be more detailed in that vernacular, if you will. That's just the way I've always been.
Covered a lot of these things already. I'm just going through my last bit of notes.
Sure.
Make sure we've gotten it all. Oh, there was some discussion of this disorientation note that Whitney Smith, the ski patroller, put on a plaintiff's exhibit. Let's see, I think it's exhibit 1, yes. Page 2, do you remember that?
I do.
I don't have that right in front of me. I don't know if you can share that, Lawrence. Is that something you could share again?
You're quickly? Talking about this?
Yes, yeah, that's correct. Page 2, there's a section that says, what did you do? And Lawrence had you actually read it out. Do you remember that?
That is correct.
Would you like me to share that?
Yeah, that would be helpful, Lawrence, if you would. Thank you.
You just have to buy Bob a Coke Slurpee.
Oh my God.
Okay. I don't think that'll break the bank. Happy to get you one, Bob.
That's a health food, you know.
Oh, don't do it.
So while Lawrence is pulling that up, I'll just ask you, as I believe you testified earlier, your opinion is that this note about disorientation, you read that to be indicative of loss of consciousness. Is that right?
Disorientation or indicative of a concussion.
Okay, so if you go down, Lawrence, to the second page, there's right there in the middle, there's this assessment says, what did you do? Yeah. Assessment, mild disorientation. And as I heard you earlier, you said that this is indicative that he lost consciousness, but maybe I misunderstood.
Yeah, I mean, disorientation, keep in mind, consciousness is volitional interaction with your environment. If you're disoriented, you don't have that. So it's really technically a interruption of consciousness for that individual. You don't necessarily have to have your eyes closed, but certainly it is a symptom of concussion.
I see. So as a layperson, I would expect someone like Whitney Smith to write out loss of consciousness if there was someone that actually completely, closed their eyes, they're blacked
Exactly.
out.
Yeah, you don't have to have your eyes completely closed, blacked out to call it a loss of consciousness. I can't tell you the number of times on a Sunday afternoon, a football player would be hit in the head, and he's just standing out there not doing anything. We immediately know there's something wrong, and we run out there and we say, "How are you doing?" And then he calls me his mom, and we know that that's a lot. Then we bring him onto the side, and we know that that is a loss of consciousness. Clearly, disorientation, to whatever degree, is indicative of not having volitional consciousness with your environment.
Okay. So, but if we were to distinguish that kind of disorientation from being completely knocked out, as the conventional or colloquial term might be, you're talking about two different things there, correct?
Well, consciousness is consciousness. Keep in mind, there's different levels of consciousness. Out cold is one level, disorientation is another. Okay.
Right.
And I mean, you can see that in the boxing ring, if you will.
Yeah, right. No, that is all perfectly clear. I just want to make sure that we're clear about what you're saying this mild disorientation means. You're not saying, I take it, that this means he was knocked out for 5 minutes.
No. I am not saying that he was knocked out cold. No.
Right. Okay. And I just want to point this out because I believe it was read incorrectly. I don't mean that you were intending to read it incorrectly, but I just want to make it clear at the second part of that section, it says reassessment, disorientation lessened. So you had said he still had it, but I just wanted to note it was lessened.
Yeah.
And you see that, correct?
Well, because of the pictures of you guys on my screen, that's blocked out, lessened.
Oh, got it. I see. So I see.
Yeah, and I totally agree with you. It had lessened. There you go.
Okay.
I see it now.
Right. Okay. Got it. I just wanted to make sure you saw that. And
Sure.
if you also go to the first page, if you would, Lawrence, there is a note. Sorry, maybe a little bit down from there, Lawrence. Yeah, there you go. So there's a section that says possible injury. Do you see that? It's under the injured.
Yes, possible injury, and you're going to have to move it over to the left just a little bit because it says other.
Okay, right. So there's one X on fracture, as you see there, and I take it that means the rib fracture is.
That is correct. Right rib fracture.
But then, and there's one on strain or sprain, but there's not an X on concussion. Do you see that?
That is correct.
And do you have any opinion as to why that wouldn't be X'd out there?
No, I didn't complete the form, so I don't know why.
Right. Okay. And I think in your deposition testimony, I asked you this, but I'll ask you it again just to make sure I understand your testimony on it. There's various claims about his Mr. Sanderson's loss of consciousness, how long it lasted in the record. Did you see that he described his loss of consciousness in different ways at different times?
I think that is possible. I mean, certainly he described the loss of consciousness, but I think there was 3, 5 minutes. I mean, I'm sure it wasn't completely consistent all the way through, but except for the loss of consciousness.
Right, and even in some of the records plaintiff's counsel showed you today, there was, the early on, like in this document, right after the collision, there's no discussion of how long he had lost consciousness or that he had lost full consciousness. But then later, there's a progress note that says loss of consciousness for approximately 5 minutes. You read that earlier. It's the next day. Do you recall that?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so you did note that there were some differing reports about that loss of consciousness, correct?
About the time, yes.
Right. And so in your, I take it you don't have any deep, specific opinion about exactly how long he lost consciousness or whether he was knocked totally out, anything like that. Is that right?
No, that is correct. He just had a loss of consciousness and that's it.
Okay. Okay, I think I am done. Let me look through one more page here.
Certainly.
Stop sharing.
Yeah, you can stop sharing, Mr. Bueller. Thank you. I've been calling you Lawrence, but I don't mean to be casual.
You can
Mr.
call me.
Bueller.
You can be casual, James, if I can be casual with you.
Okay.
May we take a short break, Doctor?
Yeah, I'm actually done. So
Thank you very much, Mr. Egan. And yes, a break is welcome.
I'd say 5 minutes. Thanks.
Thank you.
Going off record, the time is 3:13. Okay, we're back on record. The time is 3:24. And did you want to make your announcement, Lawrence?
Thank you, Dr. Bain.
Thank you, sir. And I appreciate it very much.
Thank you, Dr. Bain.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, this concludes it. The time is 3:25.
Thank you, Mr. Sorensen. Mr. Sykes, are you ready for your next witness? Yes, sir. You may proceed.
We will go ahead. We will call Mark Harris.
Thank you.
Hi. Do you swear that the testimony you are about to give in the case now before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You can have a seat.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. How are you?
Good. Would you start by stating your full name and spelling it all?
Yeah, it's Mark Stephen Harris. Mark with a K. Stephen, P-H-E-N is the way it's spelled. And Harris is H-E-R-A-T-H. Thank you.
Hey, Mark. I'm Peter Sorensen. I haven't had a chance to stand up before the jury yet, so I'm introducing myself to them, but also to you. And,
Okay.
why don't we start off by you telling us a little bit about your education. So where'd you go to high school?
I went to high school in Bogota, Colombia, in a school named Colegio Nueva Granada. And I was there because my dad was a diplomat. And I graduated from there, and then I went to college in Colorado.
And you anticipated where I was going. What college in Colorado?
Western State College in Gunnison, Colorado.
And what degree did you attain from?
History, political science.
Okay. And then after that, what is kind of your work background? What did you do after college?
After college, I worked a couple odd jobs in Denver, and then I put a package in with the Navy and got hired to fly in the Navy.
So you're a Navy pilot.
I was a Navy pilot for 15 years, yes.
Okay, and what aircraft did you fly?
I flew the A6 Intruder, which is no longer with us. It was decommissioned. It's an attack airplane, and I flew later on I transitioned to the Guard and flew the F-16.
This isn't really relevant, but what was your favorite to fly?
I loved them both.
Are you married?
I am.
Okay. And where do you live?
Well, we bounce around a little bit because obviously I'm here in Salt Lake because I love to ski. But we have a summer place up in White Salmon, Washington. We're residents of Washington. And we have a house in Tucson, Arizona.
Okay. So you kind of split time between the three places here.
Best of three places, yes.
There you go. And we're here today because we're talking about a ski collision involving Terry Sanderson on February 26th of 2016. Are you aware of that?
Yes, I am.
Okay. So let's give a little bit of background. How did you first come to know Terry?
I came to know Terry because my brother married Shay, and that was around the 2000, I think it was October 2004 they got married, and soon after that I met Terry. And I'd already been coming to Salt Lake, so it was a natural thing to, when my brother came to town, that I met him that way.
Gotcha. So you are Terry Sanderson's, this might get a little confusing, his son-in-law's brother.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. And so how long have you known Terry?
Over 15 years.
And over those 15 years, how did your relationship develop?
Well, we started, I met him because my brother and I and one of my sisters used to come skiing. And so then we started actually staying at Terry's because it made sense. So and then he was gracious enough to allow me to, because I used to be a storm chaser, to come and stay at his house. So it grew through skiing, because we used to ski together as well.
Gotcha. So as sort of storms would come in, you have, because of your occupation, you could fly in.
That's correct.
That's a nice life. How many days roughly in that time period, that 2016, 2015 time period, were you skiing a year?
It would depend on the storms and stuff, but I would say somewhere between 25 to 30 days of skiing at that point, a year.
And how would you rank yourself as far as your ski level goes?
Fairly advanced.
Okay. And in the times you got to come in and stay with Terry, did your family get to know Terry as well?
So my son, who also flies in the Navy, he when he was 12, I brought him here for what I call his powder qualification trip, and that was about the same time that I'd met Terry. So soon after that, we started staying, him and I, at his house, and yeah. So Terry knows my son, he knows my daughter, and he knows my wife really well.
And what do your son and daughter call Terry?
My son calls him Uncle Terry because my son decided to go to the University of Utah, and so he would spend a lot of time with Terry.
Gotcha. So he came to know Terry too?
Very well.
And so is it fair to say that Terry treated you as family?
Absolutely.
You guys had a loving relationship?
Yes.
And as far as you know, that feeling was mutual?
Yes, it was.
Okay. You've already described some of the skiing that you do. I assume, did you go with Terry when he was skiing, or when you went skiing, did you bring Terry with you?
So when I knew Terry back before the accident, he had a meetup group that he met with a lot, and it was primarily at Alta, if my recollection serves me. But I'm more of I ski both mountains, so some days I would ski with him, some days I wouldn't. But I've skied with him at Alta, Snowbird, and other places as well.
Gotcha. So in that time you've skied with him, did you get a chance to see his skiing level?
Yes, I did.
And how would you rate that?
Advanced to intermediate.
Did you ever notice him did you ever see him get in an accident or have any collision or crash?
I did not.
Describe Terry's personality a little bit for us before the accident in that time period of 2014, 15.
Before the accident, very outgoing, loved a good conversation, very conversational. Just really enjoyed being around people. So, I mean, he had the meetup group that he did. He'd go out and go dancing. So he's very, very, very active. Go to concerts, stuff like that.
Did you ever do any of those events with him or participate in any of those activities?
I was too busy skiing.
That's fair. So you found him to be intelligent?
Absolutely. Intelligent, witty, sharp, always interested in what you were doing and asking questions about what was going on in your life.
So he's interested in you?
Yes.
Were you ever present at his house when he was having any sort of parties or social gatherings?
I wouldn't call them parties. Maybe like he's a big basketball fan. March Madness, really big on that. In fact, I know he has a group of guys that they used to go to March Madness games.
So they travel to go see the
Travel to see March Madness games, and so he enjoyed watching football. So you might have 3 or 4 people over the house, but I wouldn't call it a party.
Gotcha. So you'd watch the games with him and just
Right.
gather together? Have a barbecue or something like that?
Right.
Gotcha. In those times, did you see Terry being social and interacting with these friends and people?
Oh, absolutely. He was completely social. That was one of his strong suits.
Roughly how many days before the accident do you think you spent staying at Terry Sanderson's house?
Well, if you do just basic math, it's got to be somewhere over 50. Yeah.
So you got to observe him from kind of sun up to sundown when you weren't skiing.
Absolutely.
And you got to know him pretty well.
I did.
Would you say it was a pretty close friendship?
I would.
Did you ever worry about Terry when you went skiing with him?
I did not. It was clear to me that that he had been quite the athlete when he was younger, because he was a very strong skier.
Did he ever tell you about any of his younger athletics?
He did not.
But you saw him to be very capable of anything that the mountain
Yes.
would throw at him.
Yes.
And prior to the accident, did you ever see Terry being forgetful?
No.
When you guys went packing up, when you guys packed up to go skiing, did you ever see Terry forget anything that he needed to go skiing that day?
I have no recollection of that, but we all forget stuff when we go up the mountain.
But he could make do if he did forget.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Nothing like that stands out to you, though.
No, it does not.
Let me back up just a little bit. You've got, and I mentioned it kind of in passing, but what do you currently do for employment?
I currently work for FedEx as a pilot.
So you retired from the military and now you're working for
That's
FedEx.
correct.
And so you're able to come in and chase those storms, as you said earlier.
It's one of the benefits, yes.
Gotcha. You were not with Terry skiing that day when he was.
I was not.
Okay. How did you first come to hear about the ski collision?
I actually got a call from Terry that evening. He told me he'd been in an accident, didn't give any details at that point, and just was concerned about how he was going to get back from Park City. And then I didn't hear back from him, so I have at that point, I had no idea. I still don't know how he got back who brought him back down the mountain.
So he was confused when he called you about how he was even going to get home.
He had no idea.
Did you offer any suggestions?
Well, I was pretty convinced at that point I was going to get another call and to come up and, help him out, but I didn't.
Do you recall him asking you to be at the ready or to be ready to come help him?
I don't recollect the exact verbiage. He may have said I might need a ride, but I just was kind of anticipating that might be the case.
And was it a long phone call or was it relatively
Very
brief?
short.
Yeah. Just kind of informing you about the accident and that he might need a ride home?
That's correct.
Do you recall him telling you anything about his injuries?
Not at that point.
And you didn't hear again from him that day?
That's correct.
When did you next hear from Terry?
It was the following day.
Okay. And did he describe anything to you in that phone conversation that sticks out to you?
Yeah, he said he'd gotten, had heard a scream and got hit by behind, and had fallen face forward and gone unconscious on the snow, and then had to be removed from the slope in a toboggan.
What was your reaction when you had heard how he had kind of characterized things?
Say that again, please.
What was your reaction to hearing how he had characterized what had happened?
Well, collisions are like in my opinion, the biggest risk we take on the mound. So being hit on the mound doesn't surprise me at all.
Did it surprise you that he had injuries from this?
No, that doesn't surprise me at all. It surprises me that what he had said at that point in time was that Gwyneth Paltrow hit him, and that kind of, okay. And then that she and whoever she was skiing with left the scene of the accident. That's what surprised me.
And why would that surprise you?
Your Honor, that's double hearsay.
Now, how he knew, how Terry knew that that had happened, double hearsay.
Overruled? Go ahead.
I think he's just describing his memory. And why would that bit of information surprise you?
Well, because my roommate in college's mom got hit on the slopes, and the kid tried to escape, and they chased him down. And in Colorado, I don't know the law in Utah or Colorado right now, but you don't. It's like a hit and run, and so it's a serious offense. And it's just something you just don't do.
Your Honor, can we approach the bench? Sure.
No problem, sir.
So members of the jury, there's no claim in this lawsuit based on a so-called hit and run. There is no claim before the jury based on a theory of hit and run. And the witness should refrain from using that terminology. The term is stricken from the record, and the jury should ignore the witness's use of that term. Thank you.
Let's move on a little bit. Did you ever notice that Terry had problems with his eyesight?
Yeah, I was aware of he had some problems with one eye.
Okay. Did you ever see that that affected his skiing at all?
Negative.
Did you ever witness him making decisions on what days to ski based on his eyesight?
Well, I think he preferred to ski on nicer days like we all do.
Sure.
Yeah, because visibility can be challenging for anybody.
Gotcha. But you never saw, for instance, a time where he said, I'm not going to go up today because
No.
of my eyesight. Okay. So going back a little bit, when Terry finally did describe what happened to you, or what happened to him, excuse me, to you, did he ever tell you that he lost consciousness?
He did.
Okay. Did he ever tell you that, and I think you said this already, but that he was taken off the mountain in a toboggan?
He did.
When he spoke to you a little while after this accident, did he tell you that he was sore, that he was still having pain?
Absolutely.
Where did he describe that pain, if you recall?
Well, he had some broken ribs, so main torso area.
Gotcha. And did you see him, or what? Excuse me. And when was the next time you actually physically saw him?
That's a very good question. My recollection, it probably would have been within 2 weeks of the accident.
Okay, so not
immediately.
immediate, but
no.
Close. And when you saw him next, did you notice anything physically different about Terry?
Not so much physical, other than walking slower and stuff, but mentally for sure.
Okay, and what did you see that was mentally different?
Just slower, trying to digest stuff and conversation and stuff, and decision-making type stuff.
So in just 2 weeks or so, in between the last time you had seen him, you saw noticeable difference in his cognition, his ability to think.
Absolutely.
Okay. Did you notice any other differences in that time you saw him?
Well, he'd lost his some of his motivation and excitement for. I mean, he's recovering from a major accident, so he was moving slower, less motivated, less excited, less enthusiastic.
And did he describe that he was feeling different at that time to you?
Yeah, he was. He knew he didn't have his full faculties at that point.
And how did he describe those things to you? How did he convey that information to you?
Well, he said that he'd start doing something, for example, like an easy task, and then just kind of stop and go, well, why did I come over to this part of the kitchen or the house? So he was having issues with memory.
Gotcha. And when you saw him, was Carlene Davidson there?
No, she was not.
So this was after Carlene had left and he was having these kind of troubles?
Yes.
After the accident, has your relationship with Terry changed?
It has. We had a very strong relationship, and I was actually staying at his house for prolonged periods through 2015, but it just so happened that we had made a transition for the 2016 season, so I was actually not staying at Terry's at that point. So that, so I wasn't seeing him as much or doing as much with him.
Would you still keep in contact with him though?
Absolutely. I would, going from Arizona to Washington back and forth, I always stopped and stayed at his place in the fall and spring.
Just to check in and keep the friendship going?
Right, and I also go out to dinner with him on a regular basis.
And when you checked in the next time, and we're talking now after that 2-week visit that you had seen him. Following that, what changes did you see in Terry?
The biggest changes I saw is in conversation. Like I said before, he was a great conversationalist, and it became difficult because his comprehension had gone down. You get confused. You start talking to him, and he thought you were talking about maybe someone else, and then you realize that he wasn't following the direction of the conversation. So confused, comprehension, and then after a few instances like that, you could tell he was getting frustrated with that.
And so did he show little signs of frustration
Yes.
or anger? And how would that manifest that you saw?
You could just see it, on it. He just kind of shake his head, and then try to get back into the conversation.
Did you ever witness that he was more depressed?
I didn't actually witness that he was more depressed, but I witnessed that it was like a day and night as far as before and after the accident. He wasn't going, to my knowledge, he hasn't skied. I think he tried to go skiing a couple of times, but he hasn't skied really since the accident. And I can't speak to going out and dancing, but it doesn't sound like he's been nearly as active. So.
But you have not skied with him since the incident?
I have not.
Have you ever talked about skiing with him?
I talked to him the first year after skiing, after his accident, about skiing. But it was clear to me that was kind of a dead-end road at that point.
Just because he wasn't interested in it, or?
He wasn't mentally prepared to ski again.
Did he ever describe to you how, you said you think he may have gone a couple times after the incident. Did he ever describe to you how those times went for him?
No, he didn't.
Did you ever see him be more paranoid after the accident?
Yes.
Describe that for us. Tell the
Well,
truth.
very basically, he, visiting his house, coming through on our trips to the north and back to the south, all of a sudden there were cameras in the house, multiple cameras in the house, and it was clear that he was videotaping both, visual and audio, and it was just, I found it to be unusual and a little disturbing, from my end.
Gotcha. So he didn't have those cameras in the house before?
No.
Did you ever see him be have problems with headaches or dizziness?
I didn't witness that.
Do you ever say that he was having those problems to you?
I can't recollect that he's ever said it to me.
I think earlier you said that you felt like his motivation had changed. Can you describe what that meant to you?
Yeah, basically it's motivation to, you get up in the morning and have a hard time getting motivated to get going and get any basic stuff done, or in his case, go out and do stuff socially.
I think the jury's heard testimony that Terry was kind of and this is my term, but kind of a fiery guy before. He was high energy.
Very high energy, yeah.
Was that the same after the accident?
Negative.
Did you ever hear, and it's been brought up a lot, and it'll continue to be brought up, but did you ever hear anything about a GoPro video of this event?
No, I did not.
Has Terry ever said anything about that to you?
He has not.
So to your knowledge, there's never been a GoPro video of this event?
That's correct. To my knowledge, there isn't.
So just to recap, you would say that this ski accident has greatly impacted yours and Terry's relationship. Is that correct?
That is correct.
How so?
It's not enjoyable to be around Terry like it used to be. He just, because of the fact that he's confused a lot, and we talked about the paranoia, and he's more anxious around people. And so you can only take Terry in small doses now.
So this almost familial relationship you guys had has been forever altered in your opinion.
That's correct.
That's all I have for you, Mark.
Thank you.
The other lawyer, let's see, may have a few questions. The other lawyer may have a few
Oh,
questions.
absolutely.
Okay. Mr. Egan?
Yes, thanks, Your Honor.
How's it going?
It's Harith.
Harith, yes.
Pleased to meet you, Mr. Harith.
Pleased to meet you.
My name's James Egan. I have a few questions from the defense. How long were the stays that you had with Mr. Sanderson prior to the accident? You described staying with him, I think,
Right.
50 plus times in the years prior to the accident.
Usually they were like 4 or 5 days at a time.
Okay. And then only limited interaction with him after the accident, is that right?
That's correct.
In person?
That's correct.
When you described your understanding of the accident as you received it from him, I just want to clarify, was it your understanding that that was his own first person understanding, or that he had received that from someone else?
That was his first person understanding of the accident.
So he didn't tell you, I was told this by somebody else.
He did
this
not.
is what happened. You use the word paranoia, which maybe is not a term that can be used technically, perhaps in a medical setting. You described cameras and kind of obsessiveness about people maybe watching him. I'm trying to make a sense of what you mean by
Well,
paranoia.
you know, back to the paranoia, I also used being anxious around people. And so it also came out in the relationships.
Okay.
When I saw him in relationships after the accident.
Okay, so if he denied in medical records after the accident, he denied paranoia, would you be surprised?
No.
Okay,
Not
would
at
you
all.
dispute that?
I wouldn't be surprised at
Okay.
that at all.
And would you dispute if there are medical records that show that he acknowledged taking medications prior to the accident for lack of motivation? You wouldn't dispute that?
I have no knowledge of that.
Okay. And do you have any knowledge of prior history with a stroke-like event that caused the need for MRI scanning of the brain?
No, I do not.
What about brain imaging findings years before the accident that are consistent with aging? Do you know anything about that?
No, I do not.
What about cancer diagnosis?
I think he had prostate cancer.
Okay.
Yeah, he did.
What about heart palpitations or heart trouble before the accident?
Not aware of that.
Microvascular disease?
Don't know about that.
Were you aware of any medications he was taking before the accident?
I was not.
Osteoarthritis?
Nope.
Knee problems?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
A foot drop?
A foot drop?
Yeah. Are you aware of what that is?
I'm not.
Okay, just as I understand it, kind of, malfunction of the foot such that you're sort of pulling your leg slightly.
No, I never actually witnessed or saw that or heard him talk about it.
Okay. Respiratory problems?
Nope.
Sleep apnea?
Not aware of sleep apnea, no.
Insomnia?
Nope.
Okay. Anxiety before the accident, and I mean in the sense that he was taking medication for that condition, not just that
You're
he was
telling me he was
anxious.
taking medication?
Yeah. Were you
I'm not
aware
aware of that, no.
You're not aware. Okay. Were you aware of any post-accident travel that he he did internationally?
Well, he did a lot of traveling before the accident, but I would be, no, I'm not aware of any. There may have been a trip that he made, but no, I can't remember.
Okay. It sounded like you were going to say you'd be surprised if he traveled after, or am I putting
Right,
words
yeah,
in your... Okay.
yeah.
There's a record that the jury's heard about a few weeks before the accident. It's a medical record where Mr. Sanderson reported to his physician that he was getting old all of a sudden and not doing things that he used to do. Do you remember him expressing any similar sentiments prior to the accident?
No, because when I knew him before the accident, he was still active.
Okay. And your wife is Shay, correct?
No, that's my
sorry,
brother's
your
wife.
brother's wife, correct. Okay.
My wife is Lori.
Yes, sorry. She, I believe, has described your relationship with Mark you are Mark, with Mr. Sanderson as one-sided.
One-sided.
Have you ever heard that?
I have not heard that. In which way was it going, supposedly?
I'll give you a little more, maybe, and then you can tell me if
Okay.
you have a similar understanding. There was testimony that Mark was finding out when my dad, Mr. Sanderson, would be gone so that he could be in the house without my dad there.
No, that's not true.
That's not true?
No. My visits were based on storms.
Okay. And then there was a sense that Mr. Sanderson was frustrated with you because of that one-sidedness, and that he thought it was not worthwhile to have a one-sided relationship, and that was the reason you guys stopped having a relationship. Does that...
That's not true on my side. If he
Okay.
felt that way, he never expressed it to me.
Okay. I think you said that you went to the home of Mr. Sanderson after the accident, maybe 2 weeks following. Is that correct?
Well, I think we met up for dinner.
Oh, okay. So
Yeah.
did you have any interaction with Carlene Davidson during that time?
I had interaction with Carlene, but I couldn't say it was after the accident,
Okay.
for certain.
So Mr. Sanderson didn't talk about who was caring for him in those weeks just after the accident?
I don't recollect
Okay.
that aspect of it, no.
I believe that's all I have. Thanks.
Thank you.
Mr. Sorensen?
Mr. Harris, do you, or Mark, do you discuss medications and medical conditions with all of your friends?
No, I think it's a very personal thing, and I don't think I should be discussing or asking that kind of question with anybody.
Do you ever read your friends' medical records?
I do not.
Okay. And would it surprise you, and I know that there were some questions about this one-sided relationship, just barely, would it surprise you if Shay Harris actually said, I don't know if I would call it an estrangement. I don't think Mark knows why my dad hasn't been reaching out towards him. My dad would be civil to Mark, I believe, so it wasn't like a horrible thing that happened between them, as far as I know. He just thinks, I think my dad has forgotten how much Mark has really been there to help him through all of this. Would that surprise you?
No.
Okay. That's all I have for you.
Thanks.
Mr. Egan, anything else? No. All right. And is this witness under subpoena?
Not unless you're...
So we can release him from the exclusionary rule? Okay. You're free to go. You have no further responsibilities here.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Plaintiff may call their next witness.
Call Shay Harris.
How's the jury doing for a break? Why don't we take a short break? Or did the jury say they wanted a break? Okay, we'll take a short break then, and then we'll proceed to lunch after, or we'll stay in the courtroom until lunchtime after that.
All rise for the jury.
We go a little afternoon before we break for lunch. Jury's on their way. Don't you plan on breaking around 1:15 for lunch?
Okay.
Or, you know, give or take, depending on where you're at.
You assume he won't be done, Your Honor. We'll be on the next witness by then.
True. Mr. Sorensen?
Please call Shay Harris.
Thank you.
Hi. Do you swear that the testimony you are about to give in the case now before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. You can have a seat.
Good morning. Would you start by getting your body toward the microphone position, and then give your full name and spell your name, please?
My name is Shay, S-H-A-E, middle name and maiden name Sanderson, S-A-N-D-E-R-S-O-N. Last name is pronounced like Harris with a lisp. It's Harith. H-E-R-A-T-H.
Hi, Shay.
Hello.
Just as a little preliminary matter, as we're talking, just remember to say yes or no instead of nodding or mm-hm's, okay?
Yes, sir.
I know you're nervous.
Yes, I am.
So that's okay. But what I say is less important than what the jury hears you say.
Okay.
So we're talking right now, but if you wouldn't mind addressing the jury when you're asking your questions, or when you're answering your questions, excuse me, that would be wonderful.
Sounds good.
Thank you. Why don't we start, since you've already said your name, by telling us where you went to high school?
I went to high school in Soda Springs, Idaho, and it's a small little town.
Mm-hmm. And then where'd you go on to college?
I started at Utah State University in Logan, Utah, and transferred up to University of Idaho in Moscow, Idaho.
Okay. And did you graduate from college?
I did.
Okay, and what was your degree?
I have a bachelor's of landscape architecture.
Okay. And briefly for us, give us, after college, a little bit of your work history.
After college, I took my first job in Beaverton, Oregon, which is funny because it's really close to where I was born in Hillsboro, Oregon. So I was returning back to where my roots were. And I worked for a small family-owned business. My boss was about 72 years old, and his daughter also was my boss, but he was the most joyful man I've ever known. He made me laugh every day, and he passed away recently, and he's going to be missed, but he's with me in my heart.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing that. We have tissues here if you need.
Oh, thanks. I will be needing those. Do you need some too?
You are one of Terry Sanderson's daughters, aren't you?
I am.
Okay, so give us the birth order if you wouldn't mind.
Yes, I am the eldest of 3 girls, and my middle sister, Polly, has testified already. She's 3 years younger than I am, and I call her my baby sister, but she's not a baby. Her name is Jenny B, and she is 9 years younger than I am, and I was a mom to her, essentially.
And would you describe your sister relationship as a close one?
Very, very close relationship with my sisters. More so with Polly because she was only 3 years younger than me, and I missed out on about 9 years of my little sister Jenny B's growing up. It was kind of surprising. We would see each other on vacations and in between, but I didn't get to witness her growing up.
When you went to college, were you roommates with Polly?
I was roommates with Polly, and she had a hard time waking up in the morning, and so often I had to go into her bedroom and shake her because her alarm would go off for a long period of time. She was my best roommate. Yeah, and friend.
What was it like growing up with Terry as your father?
So I really idolized my dad growing up because he was an extrovert. He was gregarious. Everyone seemed to love him. He had this zest for life, and he just wanted to know so much. He loved to immerse himself in learning more and more about, especially in the health industry. He would read through his medical journals and stuff. But he was very engaged dad. He would always show up for our events and usually stay and talk with everyone in the community afterwards for hours and hours. So luckily it was nice I could just walk home because otherwise I would be there forever. Let's see. Could you read? Do you want me?
I think you answered my question.
Okay, good enough.
So,
I'll keep going, otherwise
it's okay.
stop me.
It's okay.
I will tell you that things did change later on as I grew up. My parents had a really good marriage the first probably 10 years of their life, but then things they started drifting apart. And so my dad became more of a workaholic towards the latter part of their marriage. That was really I think we could feel that as a family, that things weren't good between them. I was grateful to have my sister Polly when those things would happen, but yeah, we had a happy childhood. I was loved. I was hugged. My dad was very strict, very much. We lived in a small town, so you had to behave yourself or otherwise word would get out. Oh, he was highly demanding, yes.
Would he set expectations and hope that you meet him?
Yeah, that's exactly right. He expected a lot of us girls, and he also kept us incredibly busy, singing voice lessons and acting and dancing. And so my mom was the taxi driver, but she also had a full-time job.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
So did you have the opportunity to work with him in his eye clinics as well?
I did. Actually, I was so blessed because there weren't a lot of jobs in my tiny little town. My dad hired me as a 6th grader. I cleaned his office 3 days a week. And then gradually, as I got older, he would teach me more and more of the business. And so I would work with the ladies and help them out and, verify glasses and make sure they were the right prescription, that sort of thing. And I cleaned lots and lots of glasses when I was a 6th grader and probably 7th and 8th grade.
So you got to know your dad from a father perspective, but also see him interact in a business perspective.
I did, and he was amazing. So well organized. He ran that office like a tight ship. He just, everyone had a job to do, and they did it with a smile on their face and love in their heart. And I learned a lot working with him, just about character, really. And I remember him one time, I was going down the hall, and he said, "Shay, you need to walk with purpose. When you go somewhere, walk like you know where you're going and what you're doing." And I thought, that's a good way, to live your life instead of stumbling through life or, I don't know.
We've heard, I think your sisters have testified about his desire to mentor. So did you feel that same feeling growing up?
Absolutely. My dad was all about trying to fill our we sisters' heads with as much information as we could. Every road sign that had information on the history, we were pulling over and reading that, going to museums. He really, I think he was very much about character development in us girls, the importance of honesty, Yeah, just being a good human being. I think that's mostly what I have to
Just
say.
a little bit. What was your dad like physically growing up? Did you ever notice him to be deficient in any way?
My dad could do anything. In fact, he tried doing a backflip on the trampoline after I had shown him how I could do a backflip. It didn't turn out so well, but he could do almost anything except for a backflip.
How old was he at the time?
Oh,
Frames like 10 years ago, 20 years ago, because this all is just like historical.
Yeah, just to establish its relevance.
What time with your...
with my backflipping,
Yes.
let's see, I broke my arm in 3rd grade. It would have been before 3rd grade, so I was 10 years old, so 1980s maybe.
Thank you. So you moved out of the house after college and you didn't return, is that correct?
That is correct. I did come home for summers to work a summer job, though.
Was that working in your dad's clinic or was that somewhere else?
Only my after my freshman year in college did I come home and work for my dad. The other years I was trying to get more landscape architecture background, work experience, and so it was just that year.
Before the accident and in your time you spent living in the house and even up until 2016, did you ever see your dad have any problems driving a car?
No. He was the ultimate multitasker and drove a car with ease.
Gotcha. When you say multitasker, I think there was some testimony yesterday that he would read a book sometimes while driving. Was that nerve-wracking for you?
Yeah, as a child, I was a little anxious, and when we would head to Montana where the roads go forever straight away, he would actually have a book in his hand while he's driving down these straight roads. And I tended to be a nervous person, so I was always a little bit, probably why I got car sickness maybe, on edge when he was driving and trying to do something else.
It
but
never caused
he
an
was never in an accident, as far as I know. I'm sure maybe someone else has everything about him, but I don't recall that ever being a thing.
Sure. Moving forward in our timeline a little bit closer to the time of this accident, in roughly 2009 to the time of the accident, are you aware of any of your father's chronic medical conditions?
I recently found an email. Well, first of all, my dad is a really private person, and also he doesn't ever want to be a complainer. And so he has a tendency to keep things to himself. He doesn't share when things are going bad. I think he just doesn't like to be around those kind of complaining people, and so he didn't want to be that kind of person. So I really had very little knowledge about what was going on in my dad's life. He only would call us if he was in a good mood. So, but that being said, just recently I did come across a letter that broke my heart. He said that he...
Before...
Is this too much?
No, it was...
Just objection, hearsay. Can I get a ruling?
I don't know what we're doing here, so can you ask another question?
Yeah. I'll move on. Let's move to the day of this incident in February of 2016. How did you first hear that your father had been in a ski collision?
I believe that I got an email that said, "I'm famous," in the subject line, and I was like, what are you talking about? And then below there was a link that said, here is information, I may not be quoting it exactly right, from my friend and eyewitness. And then there was a link below. And that link below, I couldn't ever look at it because you had to be like a meetup member or something. But I have a vague recollection of actually calling my dad and saying, can you give me your meetup group number so I can actually look at this? And he was able to give me that information. So I may or may not have seen what was in that link.
You don't remember the day of hitting that link and knowing what it was?
I don't know for sure at what point I looked at it. Just a little background information. I had a ski accident 3 weeks prior to my dad. I had torn my ACL and my MCL. I was not sleeping very well. I had my leg propped up on a pillow with ice around my knee. And I also had a 4-year-old and an 8-year-old to take care of at the time. So my memory of what happened during that period is very foggy.
That's fine. I'm gonna put up that email, or at least the paper copy of the email. And this has already been marked as, I think, Defense Exhibit 111. And it's been discussed quite a bit, but
D102 is the same thing and will be a lot clearer if you want it. Do you want it?
Well, we're gonna go through this just the way it is right.
Well, I
know
object because the top portion is not evidence.
Why don't we take it down, and why don't you use the exhibit that has been, unless you need for some reason to enter this one, Mr. Sorensen?
This is okay as he's doing it, Your Honor. Just the top third is not evidence.
Well, I'd rather that the jury not be published a document that hasn't been admitted.
All right.
I want to make you all aware that you are giving out information when we're looking on these private information. Could you please white out the email addresses, or would that take too long?
Sure.
Or you could just fold over that piece of information. Thank you so much. I'm sorry, jury.
No, it's a reasonable request.
Thank you. Defense 102.
Thank you, counsel.
We've discussed this quite a bit, and we will continue to. Do you see that up on your screen, Shay?
I do.
And are you the Shay Hare that's right up here?
I am.
Okay. I'm gonna go through this a little bit, but I want to point out a couple things just before we get into kind of the content. Does this appear to be the email that you were talking about with the link that you described earlier in your testimony? At least a copy of it.
I believe so. I can't remember the time, but I trust that more than I do my memory 7 years ago, so.
Okay. And who's Jenny B. Sanderson?
She is my baby sister, or my youngest sister.
Okay.
She's not a baby.
She appears to be the first person that this email is addressed to, correct?
I agree.
Okay. And then we've heard from Polly. Is that your
Yes,
sister?
that is my second sister.
Okay. And then we're hearing from you right now, correct?
Correct.
So those are the three people that this was sent to.
Yes.
Then going up, we've talked a lot about this, but what is that line right here that I'm pointing to say?
It says, "I'm famous. At what cost?"
Okay. And do you recall, because there's a difference here between "I am famous" here and "I am famous at what cost," who wrote that "at what cost"?
I added the "at what cost" when I sent my email back.
Sorry, don't want to cut you off, but so after you had tried to access this link, you responded to that email. Is that correct?
I don't know at what point I don't know at what point I was able to access, or if I even did see what was here. It seemed like I would follow through to try to see what, because this is important information, but I don't know when that happened.
Okay. And I think you said earlier that when you tried to access this, it was a meetup group login, or it required a meetup group login?
Yes.
Okay.
And I wasn't a member of Meetup, so I was unable to access that. But I knew my dad was.
Okay. I want to talk because it's going to be brought up quite a bit.
Mm-hmm.
Will you go ahead and read what your note says here for the jury?
Dad, I cannot believe how unlucky and how crazy this all is. I also can't believe this is all on GoPro. What are the chances? I am so glad you're okay. How are you feeling this evening? Love, Shay.
Okay. Now, Shay, this is an important answer, but with that, after being sent that link, how did any reference to a GoPro video come up that you responded in the way that you did?
So we did this in an opposite order. My apologies, 7 years is a long time for my brain. I received a phone call, and thanks to Gwyneth Paltrow's team, they were able to put together the timeline of things. And I had forgotten that actually I got a phone call at 6:13 p.m. that evening, and then I had a conversation with my dad about what had happened. And then the email came later on in the evening. And now I can't remember the question. Do you mind asking again?
You mentioned you had a phone call with your father.
Yes.
How did that instruct or have influence on this response?
Okay. After my dad told me about what he was feeling and that he could hardly think, his brain was numb, and that he couldn't take a breath without feeling a stabbing sensation in his chest, and that he had rung his bell. I believe he mentioned that with this big resort and so many people on this green run, there had to be GoPro video.
Overruled?
Go ahead, continue.
And so he said there has to be GoPro footage. There just has to be, because there was this big blood-curdling scream before I got hit in the back, and that means that a person that had a helmet cam of this GoPro would look towards the scream and catch it all on video. And so I thought, that's brilliant. You know, then we have complete evidence of what happened and who was at fault. And so I kind of assumed that maybe this was GoPro video, and we could rest easy because we would know what happened.
But you had never, he didn't show you a GoPro video?
No, I've never seen GoPro video, and it does not exist as far as I know.
So, and now, after this email, you still have not seen any GoPro video?
I have not seen any GoPro video.
So it was, and I don't want to mischaracterize what you just told the jury, but it was based on that conversation you had with your dad that you responded in this way?
Yes, so I don't know if during the time I was talking to him, if I had my leg propped up and whether or not I was interrupted by my 4-year-old or 8-year-old at the time, but when I hung up that phone, I thought there was GoPro video. And I thought that would be comforting for my dad to say, it's gonna be okay, Dad. I know you are really hurting, but we've got it on camera. So I believed that there was GoPro video at the time, and that's why I said that.
All right. Just want to clear this before we go into that. I'm going to show both
Lawrence,
of them at the same time.
I've left my water bottle next to you. Could you please grab it for me?
The reason that I've laid them on top of each other here is going to be important for the jury. So this has already been admitted, and this is, the jury saw this yesterday. This appears to be the post that your dad put out the day of the incident, talking about the Whitney Smith that helped him down from the mountain. Have you ever seen this?
And this is Defense 111, page 2.
I recognize this woman's smile, and I do remember he had an awful day, but this woman came to his rescue. She was his angel and taking care of him, finally, after a long time of being ignored on the mountain.
Oh, Your Honor, just strike. That's
Sustained.
saying.
Sustained. Response is stricken, and the jury should disregard the last part of the comment.
Sorry.
Do you recall seeing this post?
I do. I do remember reading that at some point.
And the reason I've laid these out and gone kind of old school here with paper instead of the digitals we've been showing is for an important reason. Now, I'm going to zoom in here, down below on this pre-admitted exhibit, and I want you to look at, if we can get it to zoom in a little bit. We'll focus it up. Okay. Do you see below that comments what appears to be some sort of a link?
Are you asking me? Yes, I see the link at the bottom and then the photos too.
And that appears to be from Meetup, the website your dad was posting on. Is that
Yes.
correct? Do you see these numbers here?
Yes.
Okay, you see photos and then slash and some numbers.
Yes.
Okay. Now, I want you to look at this. I want you to look and see and tell me, I mean, it's a lot of numbers, but do the photos at the numbers at the end of that exhibit with this exhibit here, do these numbers correlate or match any of these numbers down here? I'll give you a minute to look at it.
Okay. Okay, it appears
Starting with 2.6.
the 2.6 one is the first one, corresponds to the first one. The second one is not anything.
And then this.
And the last one matches up with the exception of the last digit, which is a 2 instead of a 0.
Okay. They're close, is that correct?
They're very close.
Okay.
One's right on, the other is close.
I'm going to switch gears a little bit and get off a little bit away from this email. You've given your explanation for why you wrote about a GoPro video, is that correct?
I have a question. So the fact that the numbers matched up just means that those two are correlated.
It may.
Okay.
I'm not going to ask
Okay.
for an opinion, and
Okay.
I'm not a cybersecurity or
Okay.
not even cybersecurity, but I'm not a cyber expert, so I don't know
Okay.
if that means anything. I just think it's an interesting coincidence for
Yeah.
now that those are correlating.
Yeah.
Now, you've given us your reasoning for why you wrote that line about GoPro. Is there anything else that you think may have influenced why you put that in an email?
I think I've already said, I think I just wanted my dad to have peace of mind that there was video footage out there that was going to show what happened.
But you didn't know that there was or was not.
I did not know that. And also, let me just state to the jury that my dad had had a traumatic brain injury when he sent out that email, which is why.
You didn't know that at the time.
Foundation,
what's that?
Your Honor.
Sustained. We do need to wait for a question before we address the jury. So thank you.
Gosh, I'm so sorry.
Strike the the evidence that my dad had a brain injury at the time?
Yes, the comment will be stricken and the jury's to disregard.
Let's stay on the facts.
Thank you for the counsel. After the accident, you have maintained contact with your father, correct?
I have.
All right. Have you noticed any big changes in your dad?
My dad has quite a few personality issues. Obviously, the injury to his brain has caused significant damage, enough to cause his personality to change. And
What have you?
Medical opinion. Move to strike.
Overruled as to a lay opinion under Rule 701.
What have you seen as far as your dad's personality traits that have changed?
my dad is very insecure. He doesn't show it, but he doesn't trust his brain anymore.
Is that a hard thing for him?
It's incredibly hard because he used to be able to multitask and do all sorts of complicated tasks, and now he has a hard time just following through one step at a time. And he used to be able to do multiple things at a time, so it's been really hard on his personality. He feels inept, frustrated.
You don't know exactly how he feels, though.
You're right. From his daughter's perspective, I feel that his life is exhausting.
And it's hard to hear. Have you noticed things about his ability, excuse me, let me inartfully ask. Have you noticed any differences in his ability to listen?
My dad used to be a really good listener. But since the accident, his brain has to work so hard at what he's going to say next that his ears just shut down, and he's goes inside. He's internal, and he may be standing in front of you, but he is not. He's not there. He's gone inside, coming up with the argument or the next thing he's going to say, and so his listening abilities have really been hampered by this brain injury.
Now, you told, in your deposition, you told us a story about the van door. Would you please share that story with the jury?
Okay. First thing, my van door from the time I bought it, it was a brand new van at the time, but it always has a problem. I own a Honda Odyssey, and if you know them, the doors don't swing open like this. They actually go parallel with the body of the car. And so...
Your Honor, can we just get a foundation for what time frame we're talking about? She did say after this incident.
When did you buy the car?
My daughter was born in 2000 and, let me think, in 2012. So this happened after 2012. This happened when my oldest was 11, so it's been about 6 years ago.
So this was after the...
This was after the accident, yeah. Thank you. So this van door, because children sometimes ride in it, has an optical sensor that will back the door up. The door will not close automatically, mechanically, if it senses there is something in the way, and that's to prevent a kid's arm or something getting caught in the door. But my van door has had a problem with it thinking that there's something there when there isn't. And there's a really easy fix. You just go to the driver's side, and there's a manual toggle on the dashboard where you turn off the electronics part and you can manually shut the door. Okay, that should be enough background information. My dad and I have picked up my daughters from school, and we're going to the dance shop to get some ballet shoes for my daughter, Tia, who is about 11 years old. And that means her sister is roughly six years old. So we go into the car. Oh, my dad happens to be in the passenger seat as I'm driving the van to the dance shop, and we pull up to a parallel parking position right in front of the store. And because my 6-year-old is in a booster and there's oncoming traffic, I'm paying close attention to get her out. that's not important. What's important is as we came out, I noticed that the van door on the opposite side, so on the curb side, had been left open. No one had shut the door, and it's downtown Spokane, so I was a little concerned that we had been robbed or something, but I took a look and everything was where it was supposed to be. And so my older daughter Tia jumped in. Grandpa Terry's right there with her to buckle herself in, and she goes to push the button, and meanwhile I'm actually with my 6-year-old trying to get her into her car seat. So she pushes the button and it does this funky thing, which is it backs off and refuses to close. Well, Tia's known that there's an easy fix for this. You just have to hit the button. And my dad's like, oh, I can do it. I didn't know exactly what was going on at the time. I could see through and I could hear a heated argument and anger and frustration. And my little daughter is like trying to explain to Grandpa Terry, no, my mom can fix this. And my dad's like, I know what to do. I can get it done myself. I'm the adult here. You're just a little kid. You don't know anything. And he was really laying it down hard on her. Anyway, what happened is with all this commotion going on, I figure out what the problem is. And I look over at my dad as he is with all of his might, like a football player trying to push one of those heavy padded things, pushing that door closed, and it is like barely moving. He finally gets it to about 2 inches closed, and I was like, oh, and I switched it to manual, so he was able to close it. And he's like, see, I told you I could do it. And he was just belittling my Tia, my oldest daughter, and just going, you know, I know what to do. I'm the adult here, and just being so awful to her. And it's actually damaged his relationship with her because he was so awful to her. And I got in the front door and closed the door, and I looked back at my little daughter, and she's just red-cheeked, and her tears are streaming down her eyes, and she is just so belittled and made to feel like she's stupid, and I just thought this didn't have to happen. If he had just listened to her, and said, Mom can fix this. And Tia was like, I knew he was going to break the door, Mom. I knew he was going to break the door. And he didn't, luckily, but it was an awful, awful experience. And I have never known my dad to raise his voice or scream or belittle or do those sorts of things. It was just very uncharacteristic of him.
And has Tia told you how she feels about that? Has it changed their relationship?
She does not like my dad. She doesn't like him.
Have you noticed any other times where you've seen your dad since the ski accident in 2016? Have you seen any other times where your dad's raised his voice in anger like he was against his granddaughter?
That was actually the worst I've ever seen, and I will say that my dad and I see eye to eye a lot, so there's not been a lot for us to argue or fight about. So I know my sister Polly alluded to an interaction that she witnessed with my baby sister Jenny, my youngest sister Jenny, in which he got right in her face and said F you, like screamed F you at her, which again, he doesn't talk like that, and he doesn't raise his voice and scream. That was not the old Terry that I knew as a dad.
You had never seen that growing up with him?
No, not at all. He was so patient.
Have you seen or known your dad? Since you brought up your sister, Jenny.
Yes.
And this incident the jury heard about yesterday.
Yes.
You know the family dynamics in your family, correct?
Yes, I do. It's complicated.
Every family is. There's people that are maybe closer to one another than further away. Is that your perception?
I'm sorry, I missed the last part of your.
So in every family, there's relationships that are closer or maybe some that are further away. Is that your perception?
Yes.
Okay. And how would you characterize your father's, from your own opinion, your father's and Jenny's relationship?
Before the accident or after the accident?
Let's say before, and then we'll ask after.
Okay. My sister, Jenny B, is neurotypical, and she...
A conference at your bar?
Yeah, sure. All right. This appears to be a good time to take our lunch recess, so we will do that at this time, returning at 1:30. Ms. Hurst, if you could just remain here for just a moment. Thank you. All right, so Ms. Hurst, there's a lot of medical experts in this case.
Okay.
And you're not one of them.
It's true.
And so we want to be careful that your testimony limits itself to what you observed.
Okay.
And maybe opinions that you formed based on those observations.
Okay.
But what we don't want you to testify to is a medical diagnosis of Jenny, a mental health diagnosis of Jenny, or I guess describe what you've seen with her in terms of a medical diagnosis or medical terminology. Does that make sense?
We don't want that last one. Is that what you just said, Your Honor?
I think I'm a little
Yes,
confused.
we do not want you to be explaining what you've observed with Jenny in terms of a mental health diagnosis. Like a person with this mental health diagnosis I see Jenny doing these things that are like a person with this mental diagnosis.
Okay.
but rather
Okay.
just what did you see?
Oh, what do you notice about her?
Well,
Okay.
what have you observed?
Mm-hmm.
And what, and you're certainly, I mean.
Was the key word that you didn't want to hear was the neurodiversity?
I think that probably triggered the concern.
Because that's more of a medical terminology?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
It doesn't sound like an everyday observation, though.
You're right.
So,
Okay, I understand.
I mean, I could see you translating. I mean, if you made an observation about Jenny,
Mm-hmm.
and you're using that term to describe that observation, I could see you translating that into everyday words
Okay, I
as to
see.
what you saw and what you observed.
Okay.
But in terms of using a medical sounding name, I guess, or label,
Okay,
that's what we need you to avoid.
okay.
Is council okay with that instruction?
Yes, and I just want to make one other statement that's separate from this.
Just a minute, then.
Thanks.
I don't want to conflate the two. Are you okay with that instruction to the witness?
Yes.
Okay.
Your Honor,
Ms.
we're
Bowens?
making copies. My staff has advised me that somehow with the help of I'm not even going to misspeak, except someone has accessed that link that we've been trying to get.
Well, right.
I'm going to hand out copies.
Why don't we do this in chambers? And if you need to put something on the record, we can do that after that.
Sure, and I'm not even prepared to. I've just been advised that that link has been accessed. Not a GoPro link, but the actual link.
It's just that this witness is under the exclusionary rule, and I'd rather not discuss it in front of this witness.
Fair enough. Should we meet at, when do you want to meet?
1:15, would that be enough time?
Sure, in chambers?
Yeah, let's start in chambers. And if you could make me a copy.
Yeah, we're making some copies. I just got handed it.
Okay,
Thanks.
thank you. And thank you. You're welcome to go take lunch or whatever, but you're still under the exclusionary rule as a witness, not to discuss the case with other witnesses or anybody. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yes, Ms. Harris, you can come take your seat. The jury's on their way. Or what?
Could I make a quick comment? This applies to both sides, but sometimes someone's running to the bathroom like Steve Owens. I don't think we should start without him or start without me. It may just be a 30-second delay, but I just hate to come running in and the jury's over.
Each time that I do start without all the lawyers here, I'm getting an okay from the tables. Like it's okay to begin. So I guess let your table know. Don't start without me.
Okay.
If you have to leave.
Your Honor, what, am I allowed to use the restroom?
Absolutely. Yeah. At any time. Yeah, just turn to me and do that. Sure. Let them know. Thank you. Mr. Sorensen?
Shay, before we broke for lunch, we were talking a little bit about your family, about some of the relationships. Do you remember that questioning?
I forget the question now, but I remember we were talking about family.
Just to bring us all back, kind of what we were talking about. Have you ever observed, and I'm not going to ask you for any sort of medical opinion or any expert opinion, I just want you to tell us what you have personally observed in your family and the family dynamics between your father and Jenny. What are those?
I think they have a hard time communicating with one another. I think because of my dad's traumatic brain injury, and I'm speaking of after the accident. Before they also.
Your Honor, just objection to making causative connections to the accident, which are medical opinions. So if we could say factual.
Sustained? You can certainly use the accident counsel as a demarcation point in time.
Sure.
And the witness can as well.
Okay. So
let me ask a question, please.
Okay.
So after the accident, what have you observed about your father and Jenny's relationship? Again, not any sort of expert opinion, but just from a sister's perspective, what have you witnessed?
I have seen that my dad and my sister do not get along. They have a hard time communicating to one another. She thinks very differently than you or I may think, and she really comes from the heart. And also my dad is a bit of a fixer, and so he wants to help Jenny, and Jenny doesn't believe she's broken, and I don't believe she's broken either. She just sees the world a different way. But that causes a lot of problems with their relationship. And also I think after the accident, my dad has a hard time hearing, in that he is always thinking about what he's going to say next. And so oftentimes he doesn't hear the other side of the story. And a person feels like they are not being listened to in that case. And that is a big frustration, not just with Jenny, but with other people in the family.
Thank you. And you mentioned the way that Jenny sees the world. Have you ever had a situation where the two of you have viewed an event and your perceptions of that same event, that shared event, was totally different?
There was a time when the three sisters got together for a little gathering at my mom's house when my mom wasn't there.
Your Honor, could we just clarify pre-accident or post-accident in the time frame?
Let's see. This is a good question. I don't have a clear recollection, counsel, on what what it's probably around the time of the accident, but we're talking about my sister Jenny and not my dad. This story doesn't involve my dad whatsoever at this rememory I have. There was a time when the three of us girls were sitting on my mom's bed downstairs, and for some reason Jenny B was very upset with Polly, and she was very angry, and she was yelling at Polly, and I could not understand where Jenny was coming from. I didn't understand why she was so angry with Polly, because she's really good friends with Polly. And she was tearing Polly down, and I thought, where is this coming from? I do not understand why you're so upset and, frustrated with her. And it felt awful because I kind of looked over at Jenny, and she had kind of a glazed over look in her eyes, and I was like, wow, something is really different. I can't put a finger on it, but something is really different with the way that she's experiencing this right now. And I'm sure that's her truth at the time, but it didn't feel like my sister Polly deserved to be treated like that. It was really hard.
Thank you for sharing that.
Can I phone a friend?
No. Not right now.
I think we can do that on cross-examination. She already said it was around the time of the incident.
I'm going to move on a little bit.
Okay.
Last little bit of questioning here for you. You mentioned that your father was very organized before he ran clinics, and you watched what he did while he was running those clinics.
Yes, I did.
Comparing that time before the accident to how he is now today in his multitasking, how have you seen differences?
Huge amounts of differences. There is no way he could ever run an office right now under his current situation. There's just too many moving balls, and he has a hard time just, getting from point A to point B. He tends to get distracted, and I think his thoughts are like a pinball machine, being from one end to the other, and there's no rhyme or reason for it, so he would never be able to do that. I think he's incredibly knowledgeable, but he's not able to complete a task from the beginning to end. He gets distracted. I don't know how he survives, actually. So.
And before her testimony yesterday, have you and Polly ever discussed the changes in your father that you both have observed after the accident?
Let me make sure I understand your question. You're wondering if Polly and I have ever talked about things that we've talked, or the differences that we've seen in my dad before and after.
Yes,
is that correct?
Thank you
Okay, I just want to make sure I understood. So yes, of course, we're sisters and we're in this together, and we want to find help for him, and we also need to be compassionate and understanding about what he's gone through, and also realize that when bad things happen, there's a reason for it, that this is not my dad. This is an alternate version of my dad.
And so if she expressed things to the jury yesterday, and you obviously don't know exactly what she said,
no,
but would you find that you tend to agree with her assessment of how your father is now?
That is a defective
Sustained as to
question.
relevance.
No further questions for now.
Okay, thank you.
We're going to take a minute to get set up. Is that okay? Okay. You mentioned your dad needs to be dealt with compassion. Did you say that?
That my dad needs compassion. I think every human being needs compassion.
All right. You understand my client says your dad plowed into her back?
I did hear that.
Do you agree that if she's been falsely accused, she deserves the jury's compassion?
Sustained.
Help me out. Are you saying everything about your dad's personality was good before the ski accident, and everything about your dad's personality was bad after the ski accident? Yes or no?
I am not saying that.
All right. So let's slice that in half now. There were problems with your dad's mental health prior to the ski collision. Do you agree?
I don't know that.
All right. There were defects in his personality prior to the ski collision. Do you agree?
I do not know that.
All right. So I am trying to sort of reconcile these answers. So I hear you saying you're not saying your dad's personality, everything about him, was perfect before. True?
Could you restate that question? It was confusing.
It is confusing. Sorry. I feel like the wet blanket in your family exposing unpleasantries because your family is painting an unfavorably positive view of your dad before the accident. That's the preface.
Overruled.
Do you understand why I would do that?
I'm not you, and I can't be in your mind and in your situation, so I don't know your perspective.
Do you agree though if we're saying the ski accident utterly changed his life? You're saying that, aren't you?
Utterly changed his life.
Are you saying that? Yes or no?
I can't answer that.
All right. Is it fair in your mind, at least, to look at your dad before versus after the ski accident? Like in terms of...
That's not a question, I'm sorry.
Is it fair? Like on anger, on emotions, on relationships, on all these things you've been saying are different. Do you agree that we ought to at least look at how things were right before the ski collision and then talk about what they are now?
That's a portion of the time, yes.
Okay. So I'm trying to do that in my next hour or two. I'm just letting you know. What? Do you understand the concept that if someone is struggling from 26 chronic medical conditions, that it may actually impact their mental health?
I don't. Do I understand that?
Yes.
Not necessarily.
Okay. Do you agree that it might?
It depends. I mean, this person gets a hangnail a lot. And
That's
also,
not
I don't have his medical records. I don't know anything about his medical records unless he's shared them with me, which he is a very private man.
This is a tough spot for you to be in. Do you agree this is unpleasant for you?
It's not the first place I would choose to be right now.
I mean, you love your dad. You want him to stand by him and support him. Is that fair?
I do.
Even still, when you heard that he was demanding $3 million, you were shocked by that number. Do you agree?
Those are your words, not mine.
They are your words in your deposition. Do you recall this? Shocked. I was shocked.
If my deposition said it, then it must have been said.
Did you say it? Did you read your deposition in preparation for today?
I have. I have not committed it to memory.
Do you remember? Do you remember a lot of questions about that you thought it was like, seemed like way too much money?
Those were not my words.
All right. Well, we'll get
Not,
into-
I mean, if you want to pull that up, those words in my deposition, I would defer to you and to the deposition.
Your Honor, I want to pull up Defense 111, page 44.
That's a received exhibit, right?
I don't know. I don't recall.
Page what?
It's Exhibit 111, page 44.
Has that been received?
No, plaintiff's 111, but not defendant's 111.
Has not been received.
I move for its admission.
Any objection?
See what it is for just a second. It's the family coat of arms. That Terry.
We object as to relevance.
So how do we do this, Your Honor? How do you want to do it? I've got a, Terry, I can explain or we can come to the bench.
Well, I mean, is it relevant?
I think highly.
All right, well, we'll go ahead and proceed
Okay.
if that's the objection, and I expect the relevance to be shown.
Your binder, can you turn to, can I come, do you have a defense binder there?
I do not have anything.
Just for the record, Defense Exhibit 111, page 44, it is conditionally received upon showing relevance.
May I approach?
Yes.
Sure. There's one right here.
Oh, thank you.
Let me show you this document.
Okay.
Have you seen this document before? Do you recognize it?
I have not. I have not seen this.
Did your dad, were you Facebook friends with your dad?
I am, yes.
And were you on February 1, 2016, just weeks before this accident?
I don't recall when we became friends on Facebook.
Were there times you weren't friends with your dad on Facebook?
I just don't know at what point in our life together I became friends with him on Facebook.
5 years ago. He says he's writing to his daughters. Do you see that, the second note down?
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry to break it to you in such an impersonal way, darling daughters. Do you see that? He's talking to you?
Yes, I see that in the Facebook post.
Okay, Your Honor, and Terry Sanderson in his deposition identified this document and said it is in fact genuine. So I move for admission.
Is this exhibit? Defense Exhibit 111, page 44?
True.
It's been received.
Thank you. James, could you bring that up? Do you understand I take no pleasure in finding these defects in Terry and your dad prior to the injury?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Do you understand I take no pleasure in finding defects in your dad's mental health prior to this injury?
Okay.
Okay, take a look at that document. James, could you bring that up? And maybe just do the first top half, James. Your dad recognized this, that he posted this as...
He did.
And
This is the first time I've seen it.
all right.
That I can remember.
And that's a straight jacket. And does that sound like your dad's sense of humor?
Poking fun at himself, I suppose.
And mental health, like that he's in a straight jacket. Does that sound like your dad's humor?
My dad has different kinds of humor.
All right. Let's
I
go to the...
I don't know that it really does fit him.
And then he did a little note to the daughters here.
Mm-hmm.
Terry Sanderson, I'm sorry to break it to you in such an impersonal way, darling daughters. Do you believe you received that?
I don't recall ever seeing this post.
All right.
I was a busy mom
All
of
right.
a 4 and an 8-year-old, and I did not really check into Facebook a whole lot.
All right, we can take it down. So, I think that maybe the best way to do this is comment on things Jenny said and ask you if you also observe that, okay?
Okay.
He seeks attention. This are all before the accident. Do you agree that your dad was a seeker of attention before this accident? He liked attention.
My dad
Yes or no,
likes
please?
affection, so if chosen between having a hug and not having a hug,
Sorry.
he'd love attention.
I think I didn't enunciate that very well.
Okay.
Attention, not affection.
Okay.
So
Oh.
he seeks attention. He likes attention. Do you agree or disagree? And then I'm going to move on regardless of what you say.
Okay. Sometimes.
Do you think the notoriety of this case would make him makes him feel powerful?
Objection. Improper use of
I'm not using the deposition.
Overruled?
Could you re-ask
Yeah,
the
do you
question?
agree with this idea that the notoriety of this lawsuit makes him feel powerful?
I would say no to that.
That he suffered from anger issues before the ski accident?
Disagree.
That he assaulted a man, literally punched a man in the face, or something to that extent? Yes, or that's true, or it's not true?
That's not true.
Why
I
would
asked my
Jenny
d-
tell me that?
Why would Jenny tell you that?
Yeah.
She may have gotten wrong information.
Your dad thought someone was having an affair with your mother
Mm-hmm.
and went and punched him in the face. Punched him. I guess I don't, maybe I'm assuming the face. You've never heard this before? Yes or no? It's a pretty egregious allegation, so I'm
It
wondering.
really is an egregious
Have you ever heard it
allegation.
before? That you're, I mean, this
I-
is your own mom we're talking about.
I know.
So yes or no? I've heard it before, I've never heard it before.
I've never heard it before.
All right. It may have happened and you just don't know.
I was not there at the time. This is not something that was something we talked about around the family dinner table.
Okay, because you're deflecting, I'm gonna ask, did your mom have an affair on your dad?
Objection relevant.
Sustained.
Well, I'm trying to plant the foundation here of I don't know if my,
The objection was sustained.
okay. I'm gonna flip the question and see what the judge says.
Okay.
Did your dad have an affair on your mother when they were married?
Sustained. Just move on, counsel.
Thanks. Okay, do you agree with this statement? That your dad would push the boundaries of speed when he drove prior to the ski accident?
Define push the boundaries of speed.
He would frequently exceed the speed limit.
Objection irrelevant.
Overruled?
Go ahead. I'm trying to ask him simple questions.
So, could you restate that question?
Did your dad speed a lot in the car?
No, he did not speed a lot.
All right, let's this will help me too. When did you leave home? At what age?
I left for college at age 18.
All right, and you moved out of state, or was that in the same state?
I moved to Utah, so out of state, from Idaho to Utah.
And how many years was Jenny at home with your parents after you left?
That's a great question. My sister was 9 when I left, and so she was there from age 9 to 18.
All right. And were you close to her during those 9 years?
I was closer to Polly, but from age 0 to 9, I really treated her like she was my own human baby. So yes, I was close during those first 9 years.
The last 9, though.
Oh,
From
when
9
I
to
went
18.
away to college?
I'm wondering if you were close to Jenny during that time.
I would say our connection diminished because of my distance and only seeing her during vacations.
And that's when your parents' marriage, again, I take no pleasure in this, but you have sounds like the first half of your parents' marriage was pretty good, and the second half was pretty bad. Is that fair?
I would agree. We had
Okay.
good days and bad days, but that's a good generalization.
All right, and Jenny was there during the bad part, and you were not.
That I think it would be harder to be in Jenny's shoes than my own.
So my question, just to be clear, is Jenny was there during those hard years, and you were not. True?
I can't say that for certain because I wasn't in her shoes. I wasn't experiencing what she was experiencing.
Did you ever observe your dad being domineering prior to the ski incident?
No.
Jenny describes your dad as being domineering before the ski accident. Do you disagree?
That was her truth.
So, what's the answer? I disagree, or I don't agree.
I can't speak for my sister.
Okay. Was he ever emotionally or verbally abusive to you prior to the ski collision?
No.
And after? Yes or no?
No.
Okay. And then Jenny describes your essentially emotional and verbal abuse to her prior to the ski incident. You don't dispute that, do you?
Could you rephrase that question?
Sure. Jenny describes your dad being emotionally and verbally abusive to her prior to the ski collision, and I'm wondering, you do not dispute that, do you?
Objection here, sustained.
If you have information that would tell me that's false, I want to hear it.
I guess I'm not following your question. I'm really sorry.
I'm going to say a statement, and you tell me, I know that's true. I don't, my staff is telling me Jenny never used the word punch. She used assaulted. So I'm going to put that on the record. Thank you for the clarification. If I asked you the same questions about assault versus punch, would your answers be the same?
I can't recall the question right now because I'm currently answering this question in front of me, so.
Thank you. Do you believe your dad was hyper-focused on success prior to the ski collision?
No.
Okay. Do you believe that he was controlling of Jenny in an unhealthy way?
No.
He was constantly overstepping boundaries that she set to protect her mental health. Do you have any reason to doubt that? Go ahead. Oh.
Yeah. Sustained, the way it's phrased.
Do you agree that even prior to the ski incident, you would keep your father at a distance to protect yourself?
Me personally?
Yes.
No.
Emotionally protect yourself.
No.
Okay, so let's be clear. After high school, each of the daughters moved out of state. Is that fair?
When I graduated from high school, I moved to Utah. And I believe my sister was a junior in high school when she took a job as a page at the White House, and not the White House, obviously, at the Capitol in Boise, Idaho. So I'm not certain on this, but I believe Polly left when she was 17 to go to Boise.
Out of state?
No, she was in
gotcha.
state.
How about, let's say, the 1 year before the ski collision? All the girls were out of state. I should say women. All the daughters lived out of state from your dad?
That 1 year prior, yes, we all were living in a separate state.
I heard you say he was a very good multitasker when you lived with him. True?
He was excellent.
Yeah. And how many years ago was that?
Well, I have to count on my fingers, sorry.
Sure.
$30. 34 years if my brain math is working right
All right.
now.
So 34 years ago, you observed that your dad was really organized and ran a very successful optometry practice in Soda Springs, Idaho. Is that all true?
Yes, good job remembering all that.
It's hard. All right. He was not, at the time of the ski collision, running a successful optometry practice. Is that true?
That is correct.
All right. And in fact, he had retired many years earlier. Well, you tell me how many years.
I don't recall
Over
exactly
5?
when. Probably. I'm not certain on the date, so I can't tell you. But it feels like he's maybe been out of practice for 10 years.
Right. That's my thought too. Kind of 2010-ish or thereafter. Sounds about right.
You can talk to my dad. He will know.
And part of the reason he retired was because he lost vision in one eye. Do you agree?
No.
Okay. Would you be surprised if he told me that in his deposition?
Would I be surprised? Yeah, I guess so.
All right. Do you recall him being in a major dispute with his business partner when he left his optometry practice? Okay, Your Honor, I'll try again. Are you aware, one thing you've said is that your dad's relationships with others have worsened since the ski collision. Is that true?
For the most part, yes.
So I'm going back and asking about some of his relationships prior to the ski collision.
Mm-hmm.
You with me?
I'm following.
So do you recall he was in a dispute with one of his business partners at the time he left Soda Springs, Idaho?
I didn't know specifics. I just knew that things did not go as planned and as promised.
So I didn't ask for specifics. How about generally? He was in it. Yeah. So I'm not saying I don't know specifically, or I just want to know at all. Do you know generally that he was in a dispute with his business partner when he left Soda Springs, Idaho?
No,
Yes.
I didn't know that for sure.
All right. Why did you say not specifically? So tell me what you know generally.
I don't know enough about what was happening to make any sort of judgment.
Tell me what you know.
That my So I need to answer.
Yes.
Okay. So could you restate that question?
I don't know if I can. I said, what do you know? What do you know about a business dispute with your dad?
I didn't know it was a business dispute. I knew my dad was having troubles with Mr. Brown, and I didn't know much more than that.
Do you recall he actually wrote a letter to the editor in the Soda Springs, Idaho newspaper? Do you recall anything in that regard?
No, I did not.
Overruled?
Have you, this trial's now on day 4. It seems like 3 weeks, but it's 4 days. Have you watched any of it?
I haven't.
And have you ever read your sister's depositions? I apologize if I've asked you this before.
No.
Okay. Are you staying with your dad literally like last night, tonight?
He is running a VRBO, yes, and I am staying with him. He's got great reviews, 5-star reviews.
Are you saying he personally or the place you're renting?
I'm trying to be funny, and it's not coming across as being funny.
No
I'm staying with my dad. He's letting me stay there.
No problem.
Okay.
All right. The GoPro email, we're getting sick of looking at it, so I'm not going to pull it up.
Yes, you're right.
But your understanding after talking to your dad was...
Wait, can I just make it clear that that whole VRBO thing, 5-star reviews, that was all just a joke, but
Yes.
I'm under oath, and he is not actually doing that. So I just want to make it clear for the record that that's not happening, and I apologize.
Okay. Humor, and especially dry humor, doesn't come across on the transcript very well.
I know.
So
I understand that. I
that's fine.
apologize.
Is it fair to say that after your call with your dad on the date of the incident, you understood that there was a GoPro video?
That was my understanding because that's what I wrote down in the email.
And you also wrote, "I'm so glad you're okay." Did you write that?
I did write that.
All right, so after talking to your dad, I think the incident was just before noon, and your email was like 9:30 at night. Does that sound right?
I think the phone call came through at 6:13.
Right.
And I only know this because of the deposition.
Okay.
And then the email, I think, came through at 8 o'clock or so at night.
His did, and yours maybe 9:30.
Okay.
But I think we're on the same page. So
Okay.
when he called you about 6 hours after the collision, your understanding was he's all right. Is that fair?
What I was trying to get across.
Can you say yes or no and then explain?
Okay. Can you ask the question again?
Sure. At about 6 hours after the collision, you talked to your dad, true?
True.
And then your impression was he's okay.
I didn't know enough at that juncture to know what was wrong with him.
So yes or no? Your impression was, I'm glad you're okay, that he's okay.
I'm glad you're alive.
No, it doesn't say that though. It doesn't say I'm glad you're alive. All right, I'm gonna
That's
try
a little
one.
morbid to say. I'm glad you didn't die, Dad.
I'm gonna try one
I was
more
trying
time.
to lift his spirits.
Okay, we're not allowed to argue, and I don't want to argue.
Okay.
So let me just ask a question. I assume at 6 p.m., 6 hours or so after the collision, one of your first questions is, "Are you okay?" And he said yes. Do you agree?
No, he did not say yes, I'm okay.
All right. I'm sure you asked that question, right? Are you okay?
In the email, I did.
No. Now I'm talking about the call at 6 p.m.
I do not recall what I said 7 years ago.
Right, but isn't this like, I was in a ski collision. Isn't your very, very first question like, are you okay?
Oh my gosh, what happened?
Right? Are you with me? one of your very first questions is, "Are you all right?" Isn't that true?
I may have asked him that question, and he said, "I really got my bell rung. I can't think straight, and it hurts when I breathe. I get a stabbing sensation in my ribs."
I don't want to be hyper technical. This is why people don't like lawyers, but I think earlier you said, "I rung my bell." Is that what he said?
Not I rung my bell. I really had my bell rung, or something to that effect.
Okay.
I really had my bell rung.
We'll go with that in just a minute. Now, do you want to, should we pull up your deposition where you say, "I'm shocked. I was shocked to hear that he's asking for $3 million because I thought it seemed like a lot of money." Should we pull that up, or are you going to concede that statement?
If it's in the deposition and I said it, then I trust you.
Well, that's nice of you. Thank you. I accept your trust. But I can't testify.
Mm-hmm.
So if you dispute it, we're going to pull it up. And
Okay.
if you don't dispute it, we'll move on.
Let's move on, because I trust that what you have in the deposition is what I said.
All right. Separate from the ski collision, everything, did you ever think to yourself, all right, Dad's going to get older, and then he's going to need more help? So throw out the whole ski collision.
Mm-hmm.
As Dad gets older, he's going to need more help.
So overruled?
Go
Did I
ahead.
ever think about it?
Yeah.
My dad, prior to the accident, is very young and agile and active, and I just never thought about I didn't think that far in the future.
Oh.
To know about, I guess it's inevitable that we all get old. I have a 102-year-old grandmother that just went to the rest home. But at that point in time, I had never thought about my dad's, what will happen in the future for my dad. I just thought he would live forever.
For instance, well, that's not a healthy thought, though, is it?
You're right. It could be disappointing in the end.
It's always going to be disappointing if you think my dad's never going to die. Isn't that true?
Setting myself up for failure.
Is the 102-year-old, by the way, is that on your mom's side?
That is.
Yeah.
She's my Native American link.
Now, your dad had two unhappy marriages that ended unhappily, ended in divorce. Do you agree?
I can't agree to that. Not the way you stated the whole question.
All right. Did he ever?
He did have 2 divorces.
Well, do you know any event where actually police were called with the second marriage? Do you know anything about that?
No, I do not. Are you getting your facts straight?
I'm
I have a
asking you
question.
about facts, and I have to have some basis to ask the
I
facts.
know,
But let me keep going.
Okay.
Would your dad send you emails? You don't care about my side of the family. Did he ever send you those?
I've seen that email come through.
Would it surprise you if Polly felt like he was not fit to drive even before the ski collision?
Would it surprise me? Rephrase that again?
Would it surprise you if Polly felt like your dad was actually really scary to drive with?
I would have to be in Polly's shoes.
Okay. You
And I can't
described.
speak for her.
Were you ever personally present where he's driving 70 miles an hour while reading a book?
A long time ago on a Montana state highway.
Okay.
Yes, I was.
And that made you nervous as a kid?
It did. But he never had an accident. As far as I know.
Your sister yesterday said something to the effect like, Dad took risks with skiing. Do you know anything about that? Like prior to the ski collision, that he took risks?
I don't agree that he took risks when he was skiing. He was very careful.
He had been in a collision before. Are you familiar with that?
What kind of collision?
Yeah, let me back that out. Did he injure his knee in a ski accident?
I know he has an injured knee. I did not know how it happened.
All right. How about throw out the knee? Do you know of your dad ever having a ski accident in which he hurt himself?
I do not recall my dad hurting himself in a ski accident.
And I want to be clear that I don't know of a ski collision where he collided with someone else. So I'm just talking about him.
Did he fall down on a ski run?
And hurt himself.
Not that I know of.
All right. Now, multitasking while driving, for instance, driving on an interstate freeway while reading, that's not good multitasking, right? That's bad multitasking.
I would agree completely.
Yeah. And as people get older, it's not uncommon, is it, for them to need to focus more on an activity instead of multitasking? I think it's just general common sense.
Overruled?
Could you re-ask the
Sure.
question?
Do you agree that just as people get older, they might get less good at multitasking and have to focus a little bit more attention on doing one thing?
It seems like a good practice.
It's a good practice probably for all of us, isn't it?
Amen.
Okay. There's been some talk about your dad after the ski collision, somehow falling and being knocked out for 45 minutes. Do you know anything about such an event?
Can you rephrase or restate that question?
Yeah, and I'll state it even broader.
Okay.
Do you know after the ski collision of your dad, like, being knocked out?
No.
All right. In his deposition, he described 3 major events since the ski collision. One was that getting knocked out. You've never heard of that?
Getting knocked out? No.
Another was cutting himself by accident.
I have heard that.
And he said it looked like a crime scene. There was blood all over the place.
Is that what he said?
I don't think I made that up.
Okay.
Anyway,
because I got that photo and it scared the bejesus out of me.
Okay, did you get it after it was all cleaned up and pretty? Because I'm not sure which photo you're talking about. I think I've seen one of the place. Was it on his inner thigh?
I don't know exactly. He's not shown me where that happened.
Okay, just so we're on the same page. I'm not sure what photo you're talking about. What photo did you see?
After Mark saved my dad's life, my dad took a picture of the bathtub, which is where he was holding up, I think, waiting. And it was awful.
And it's not Gwyneth's fault that he cut himself and had to go to the hospital, true? It is?
Sustained as to relevance.
Okay. The third major event your dad described to me was an accidental overdose of his own medications. Do you know anything about it?
Yes, I do.
And they had to administer Narcan to reverse the opioids in his system?
That's true.
And are you blaming Gwyneth Paltrow for that?
How could I?
Relevance.
Sustained as to relevance?
The day of the event, we've seen a few pictures, but I think you've seen one you described where he was in the Instacare smiling in a wheelchair. Do you recall this?
I
recall it or I don't?
I don't know the location. I do recall seeing my dad with a smile that I've never seen on a person's face before.
And that was the date of the incident, right?
I don't know. I don't have a recollection of when I got that or what day it was.
Well, you brought it up when we were quizzing you about your memories.
Mm-hmm.
And a picture of my dad in a wheelchair with a big smile, right? You
Yeah,
recall
cheesy, not him smile,
that?
yes.
Okay. Do you recall your dad describing Gwyneth Paltrow as Godzilla coming, like Godzilla was coming after him?
No,
Okay, I didn't make that up. Godzilla was coming. Is that what you understood your dad to describe to you in terms of Gwyneth?
no.
All right. When you said Godzilla in your deposition,
Mm-hmm.
which I'm looking right at it,
Yes.
what were you referring to?
So, I believe in a video that I watched of my dad talking about the collision, that essentially he's skiing down the green run with the beginner.
Okay, I don't want the
runs.
whole story.
Okay,
I want
essentially,
Godzilla. When
what
did
he
your
said,
dad tell you about
what
Godzilla?
he said is I heard a scream from behind me, a blood-curdling scream, and that blood-curdling is my word, like Godzilla was coming.
Mhm.
And then he was hit directly between the shoulder blades
And you
and
don't.
driven to the ground.
And you personally don't know what happened that day, right?
I was not there.
And your dad, after he says after the collision, he doesn't remember things for a while. Is that fair?
I wasn't in his body. I don't know what he does and doesn't remember.
Okay. He got his information from his ski buddy, Craig Ramone. Is that fair to say? Is what happened after the collision? Immediately after.
Can I have you ask the question again?
I'll
Sorry.
try it. Sorry if I was inarticulate. Is it fair to say that your dad got all of his information about what happened after the collision in the minutes after from Craig Ramone?
Foundation, she can't speak to what Terry knows.
Sustained?
When you said you saw a video of your dad, that was at a press conference he held. Is that true?
I don't recall. It's a long time ago that I
Did your
watched it.
dad, sorry to interrupt you, were you done?
I am done.
Did you tell me that your dad was not used to Googling his name and having lots of search engines results come up?
Relevance.
Overruled?
Did I tell you that?
Right.
Can you say that again, please?
Your dad would send you links after he filed the lawsuit about press that was mentioning him. Do you agree?
He would keep me informed of what was going on.
And he kind of thought it was cool that his name was in press. Do you agree?
I don't think he said that it was cool.
He told me he thought it was cool that he was in a ski collision with an accident, with a celebrity. He told me that in his deposition. Does that surprise you?
That surprises me that he would say that.
Me too. Would you remember what he said? Do you agree you would have a better memory of how your dad was doing immediately after the accident at the time you sent the email 9 hours after the accident than you would like today?
Have a better memory?
Right.
Most likely.
Has your dad told you that even now he comes up with new memories of what happened about the accident that he hadn't had before?
Hearsay.
Overruled?
Could you please ask the question?
Would it surprise you to hear that your dad said that he still comes up, well, last time when I deposed him, he's still coming up with new memories of the accident?
Improper use of deposition.
Sustained?
I'll just move on and ask your dad that. So it's
Good.
a little hard to
It's hard for
get
me
through
to
you.
know.
When your dad wrote "I'm famous" as his first, that was his, I guess the call at 6:30ish or something, and then an email at 8 or so, right? Those were his first contacts with you.
I can't remember the order. I think we determined the phone call happened first.
Right. And from that you got "he's okay," and from the second one he wrote "I'm famous." Fair. Those were your first two contacts with him after the collision.
I can't remember exactly without looking at the deposition, and you guys figured that out for me.
You mentioned that your dad was an extrovert, and does that generally mean he likes people, he's outgoing?
He gets energy from being around other people.
But also he likes attention. You told me that. Is that true of your dad even before the ski collision?
That's an answer.
Sustained?
Thank you, I forgot that. He likes to look, even before the ski accident, he liked to always look the best he could when interacting with others. He took some pride in that.
He took good care of himself.
And have you seen in your dad some measure of pride as his limitations, physical and mental limitations, have increased with aging?
I'm having a hard time understanding your question.
Sure. You understand generally with this concept of as people age, there can be limitations imposed on them physically and emotionally. Is that fair?
As a person ages, that's correct.
All right. And have you observed in your dad, separate from the ski collisions, some measure of sort of loss of pride as those things have occurred?
We're talking about before the ski accident, correct?
Sure. Yes.
No.
All right. Did he consider himself like, I'm never gonna grow old, I'm gonna be as active as I ever was?
I think when he lost his parents, so he knew that death would be inevitable someday. I don't know if that's answered your question.
My staff tells me I'm getting long, so I'm going to try to move this along.
I do have a plane flight to catch too.
Okay, thank you. Do you believe your father has a clear recollection of who hit who in the ski accident?
He has a clear recollection of hearing a scream and getting hit from behind,
So this
and he
is-
was knocked out.
This is literally the question from your deposition, so I'm going to read it and see
Okay.
if your answer
Okay.
is yes. Do you believe your father has a clear recollection of who hit whom in the ski accident? And your answer?
In my deposition was yes.
Okay. And would it surprise you if he takes the stand in like 2 hours and says, no, I don't?
I
Would
have
that
to be
surprise
honest.
you?
When would it surprise you?
If he contradicts you in like 2 hours.
Actually, as I reread my deposition, I thought, you didn't even answer that correctly. Of course he doesn't know who hit him because he got knocked out.
But
So
that was your belief when
that
I
was
did
my
question.
belief at the time, and I was like, I didn't read that question or hear that question correctly.
And you did have an opportunity to make corrections to your deposition, did you not?
I did.
And you did not make that correction.
I actually took.
Did you make that correction or not?
I made the corrections, and
Did you?
I did not submit that in time because I was told by my dad's attorneys that that will be a red flag and to just drop it. And I did not submit that revised.
So did you make other corrections to your deposition that your dad's lawyers told you not to submit?
I had made,
Yes or no?
did
Did
say
you
that
make
again.
other corrections to your deposition that your dad's lawyers told you not to give me? Yes or no?
I made corrections.
The answer is yes.
It's not a simple yes and no.
Well, I'm not happy if you made corrections to your deposition that were never sent to me. So I'm wondering, you made corrections to your deposition and you gave them to your dad's lawyers? Is
No,
that
I did
true?
not. I did not give them to my dad's lawyers.
Can I rely on your deposition here?
Can you rely on it? At the moment in time, I believed that my dad knew who hit him. As I reread it later at home, I thought that you answered it wrong, Shay.
All right.
So
What are some other corrections that you've made to your deposition that
I
never heard of until this
I
moment?
can't remember. I think one was that they kept calling Zakia Jackie. Some mostly were just minor clarifications.
Do you understand why I might be a little irritated in hearing that you made changes that I never got?
Yes, no one got them. They never got submitted.
Your dad was a workaholic, is that fair?
Later in my life, he became a workaholic when my parents' relationship was not as good as it used to be.
Your dad, prior to the ski collision, forgot to tell you that he loved you very much. Do you agree?
I'm going to have you restate that.
These are your words. Your dad forgot to tell me that he loved me very much. Is that true of your dad prior to the ski collision? Just say yes or no, please.
My dad. I don't recall.
Growing up, I'm not making this quote up.
Mm-hmm.
Growing up, he forgot to tell me. Sure, I can. Page 78, line 16. I'm not trying to.
No, if it's there in the deposition.
I want the quote. He forgot to tell me he loved me very much. Do you agree? This goes to his level of affection after the ski collision.
Overruled?
So just say yes or no and we'll move on.
Okay, I'm sorry. One more time and I'll do my best. I may not be able to answer yes or no.
Your dad, okay, quote from you. He forgot exact what I just said.
78 what?
78, line 17. He forgot to tell me he loved me very much. Did you say those words?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, Your Honor, could she read the whole sentence? You just cut out half
Maybe
a sentence.
that could be helpful.
He did hug you.
Just a minute. Just a minute. Are you
Let's
impeaching the
take an-
witness, or what are we doing here? Why don't we take a recess? It's time for the afternoon recess, and we'll address it. All right, take a quick break.
I think they want the full sentence, and I'm going to give the full sentence when we go.
He's got here because,
Totally reasonable. Let me see.
I mean, this has gone way beyond the scope of direct.
Well, the scope of direct is not limited by time, it's limited by topics.
We were 25 minutes.
Certainly less than a half hour.
Half an hour?
Less than.
Oh my gosh.
What time do you need to leave? Your flight is at 5:30?
So when do you need to leave?
I'll let you work that out with the lawyers.
Yeah,
Thank you.
right now.